Hello, hello. Happy Thursday. Woo, my mic is peaking. That's weird. Did I bump it? I must have bumped it. Let's turn that down just a little bit. Okay, that's better. No, it's not, actually. That's not the I'm just gonna move my mic further away from me, and I'll figure out what's wrong later. 'Cause something's definitely weird. Okay, we're fine. Barely. Yeah, I'm right on the edge of peaking. At least OBS is showing me peaking, although I think OBS's peak meter is a little aggressive. Anyway, doesn't matter. We're back. On Tuesday, we left off with the whole base falling over. We have an issue where, for whatever reason, we're not quickly clearing... Well, this one's fine, but we're not clearing empty fuel canisters, and at least some of the depots are backed up because of it. So, one, we need to clear the ones that need clearing. Apparently there's still also some ash that needs to be cleared. But we also have to run around the base emptying all of the trains that are full of empty canisters that are currently blocking up the whole base. And I think we're also going to have to dedicate some trains just to train fueling, which is a fine thing to do. Sorry, I need to fix this because I know it doesn't sound good. What if we just pull that down? Yeah, we're still a little hot, but should be better. And in the final mix, yeah, I'm low in the final mix now because I lowered that, thinking that was the problem when it was really preamp. I'm not sure why it's coming out as so hot, though. Am I just talking louder than I usually do? Alright, whatever. I'm worried that that means that, like, all my compressor settings and everything else are completely screwed up. But... Alright, yeah, we're peaking at a better place now. But I am quieter in the final mix as well, which makes sense. I'm just not sure. I mean, I can make up for it, but okay. Whatever. Good enough. Apparently, I need to redo my audio. I'm not excited about that. I don't know how we lost settings, but so be it. What was I saying? Right, we might want to set up a dedicated... Instead of having all of the fuel canisters in and out of here on the A network, I think we want to set it on the, maybe make a new network and move some trains over to that network specifically. Although... the way it works is every train is set up on a depot, so I'd have to set up like a dedicated depot for those trains, I think. Because it's the depot that determines which network they're on, not the train itself, unfortunately. But that is definitely for after we deal with this. And the first thing we need to do is we need to make sure that all of the depots that can be cleared have been cleared. That we don't currently have a bunch of empty containers blocking. Yeah, like this one is totally full, right? That needs to be not the case. So I think I might have to go empty my inventory, which I'm not really excited about, but I guess we'll deal. Also, what is this automated factory for? Oh no, I don't have... Did I leave notes for myself? I didn't. I can check YAFC real quick and see what I was thinking there. Is that the one for batteries, maybe? Let's double check what we have in the mall for stuff being made. Yeah, we have a new chemical plant, a new automated factory, and 2 smelters. Okay. And then Yafsi land. That's a smelter. That's a smelter. And that's that. Okay, so yeah, the one I'm holding on to is for batteries, I think, but I'll just dump this in the same requester chest, or really what I will do. How is my Alt-Tab order so screwed up? There we go. I'm gonna make this 2 here, 6 here. So that'll request another one, and then if I turn off my regular inventory, then when I go back to the mall, I can dump everything out. And that way I have the inventory space to run around collecting so many empty fuel canisters. The good news is that as long as the system is so screwed up, we are hopefully it'll eventually reach a steady state of so broken that I can't do anything about it. Or so broken that it can't get worse. That's not an ideal steady state, but that one's okay. Oh, that train's just stuck for its own reasons. All right, let's grab a active provider deposit. I don't know if that's in the allow list. Let's see if that's in the allow list. I'm struggling today. It is. Cool. So that'll get built momentarily. Should be assigned somewhere around here for the bots. Or not? Did I not see that it was already in the list? It is. And yet, I do not see it being... Ah, there we go. What's happening? Okay, yeah, the ghost scanner is outputting it. But this one's not. That's weird. Should have gotten assigned to somebody, though. What's happening here? Okay, it's not on the green network, so it's not being requested. But it is here. Oh, because this ghost scanner isn't seeing it, huh? So it's not even being input to this? Yeah. Why are my ghost scanners broken? What's going on, game? Uh-oh. Replace it. Ghost scanner have any setting? Ghost scanner. Only mall work because something's not working. Yeah, it might just be that Ghost Scanner is being slow. But I'm not sure why. I don't think I've noticed this before. But I also don't heavily rely on Ghost Scanner, so like... Normally, if it's slow in the mall to build something, it's not a big deal. It'll just eventually catch up. I only use Ghost Scanner for expanding the mall itself. The Ghost Scanner mod, which makes these combinators that are supposed to output all the ghosts in the logistics area, they're not all outputting. You can see, like, this one is outputting that this thing is requested, but not... Well, now more of them are. Here's one that's not. And more importantly, this one is not, which means the request is not, like, getting into the system. I could add the request for this, like, to a buffer chest, and it would just get built. But I'm curious what's up with Ghost Scanner, and it might just be that I have too many of them in the mall at this point. I probably don't need them on all of these. Really, I don't need them on anything except the baseline assemblers, right? It's not like we're ghosting. Well, in theory, we could ghost modules, right? Plant and animal modules. But certainly nothing from the data arrays would be ghosted. Nothing at the foundries would be ghosted. But that's not that many of them. Yeah, okay, it finally caught up. So I think it's just slow. I think I have too many ghost scanners in one network, and it's sad and confused. And that's fine. Now that I think about it, maybe I don't want this to be a provider. Oh, well. Alright, all of my requests are off. Gonna be so much fun. Why is this? Did this get put in storage? Okay. There we go. So, there's two parts of it. There's the machine that is the driver for the request. And then there's logic on each of these that does some other stuff. And I don't remember why. Like, I'm not sure why I need this to be separate from the green signal. Like, why can't I remove these and just connect the original green signal to my input here? Because what this is doing right now is it... Yeah, definitely patience is the key with the current setup. And I was saying, just as you joined, that, like, normally I wouldn't even notice that because the ghost scanner only matters when I'm having the mall expand itself and I'm not, like, typically sitting around twiddling my thumbs. It only mattered because I really wanted that thing to show up. But I don't know why I have these, you know, reading logistics requests and the ghost scanner here. That feeds into this, which should just be the same as what's on green, right? Yeah. So I don't know why there's a separate anything here. I had a reason for doing it. Maybe not. Maybe I didn't have a reason for doing it. Maybe it's just weird. But like these should be together outputting exactly the same thing that is this signal. And what we do is we check like, is the currently latched item still requested? That's what this input signal is for, is what is currently being requested. But that's the same as this, as what's on the main green signal through the core, give or take, you know, some tick delays. But I don't know why I felt I needed to have that as a separate input instead of reusing the same signal. Oh, well, I could see there's a bunch of other things that are connected through, but I could put a diode in. Yeah, maybe instead of having these be separate inputs, what I should have is I should have a diode here. So that we pull the green in, and then we're using that. Because this green signal that comes off of these is connected to a bunch of other stuff. And we certainly don't want that going anywhere weird. Oh, I don't have ceramic in the mall? Interesting. All right, we'll put that on the to-do list. But anyway, the reason I needed this is that... All right, there we go. Have fun, bots. Ooh, we're up to 20 dead trains. That's exciting. So we're going to be running around. So for one thing, it shows only 3 trains with this stop, which is low for how many, like, slots are available, I think. 16, 32, 48... 480 times 20 is what? 960, 9600? Oh, well, I have this at minus 450 stacks. That should be minus 480 stacks, for one thing. Like, be all the way full. I don't know if 30 stacks makes a noticeable difference in how many requests are coming through to here, though. But now the fun part is that we need to make sure that all of our... The first thing I'm going to do is make sure all the depots are unclogged. Like, any of the depots that are actively backing up right now, I want to fix first. And only once I've confirmed that the depots are, like, generally working correctly, then we can start running around collecting empty canisters from trains. I think the reason this fell over is that we just didn't have enough trains to keep the system clear. I'm worried there might be too many empty canisters in the loop, and I'm a little annoyed if that's what happened, but I'll have to try to figure out how to make the system a little more resilient against accidentally getting too many canisters in the loop. Let's see. Does this one need any removal? It's fine. Like, it would be good if there was a train coming here. But given that the system's a little screwy right now, we're gonna leave it be. This is the one over here that's totally backed up. So I want to make sure that this one has room. Geez, what a mess. How's this one? This one is also totally backed up. Okay. I'm not going to have the space to totally empty that one in my inventory, but we will go do a chunk of it. And yeah, looking at how many empty canisters are around, there's definitely too many canisters in the system. That'll at least get this moving. But yeah, obviously there's not enough space over here for all these canisters, right? That's... So I need to adjust my request amounts somehow. I'll double check how I have those requests configured over there. It might just be that I need one more depot to buffer more canisters at that end. Oh, where's the blocked one? You the blocked one? Oh, my inventory's full. Never mind. I was going to fix that because I was right here, but nope. So, like, the way this works... $3,200. That's what? Each row here is 200, so... Okay, so it's willing to keep an entire one of these full just from extra requests. Let's turn that down. Let's do like 1,600 for one thing. And then I do think I am gonna add one more. This is not gonna actually work because I don't have my normal inventory on me. Alright. Because then I can change this number up to 640 stacks. But I do have to grab... What do I need? We need... inserters... 8 stack inserters, 1 deposit, and how many power poles? 3. Just 3? Just 3. Oh, electric pole, not power pole, of course. That should help a little bit with, Is that everything I need? Yeah. No. 4 electric poles. Sorry. I'm only requesting what I definitely need here because I want to make sure that we keep as many inventory slots open as possible for doing things like this. Oh, look at that. That's a bunch of Mark II Logibots flying around doing stuff. How exciting. I didn't realize we had managed to upgrade that many. What am I looking for? This one. We've made 86 of them. Look at that. Alright, guys, I just need those stack inserters. Any second now would be great. There we go. Okay. I pretty much expect that as I unclog trains, other trains that were blocked behind them that are on the cusp of failing are going to fail, by the way. So we're going to see. Oh, I also dumped my bots. Oops. Should be fine. They won't end up in the network. They're just in storage. That's not quite right. That one can go there. This one can come down here. There we go. Okay. That should keep this going. Yeah, it still says 3 trains with this stop, but obviously lots of trains are dead. So we got to start looking for our out-of-fuel trains. They all seem to be... Okay, well, they're everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do this loop and clean up those ones, and then we'll figure out the next place we want to go. Yeah, we're up to 25 out-of-fuel trains. My concern is that as long as our system is low on trains, because all the trains are backed up, it's sort of in this, like, self-perpetuating loop of there's never going to be trains assigned to get the stuff out of the depots. Hey, J-Man. Welcome in. Oh, God, they're everywhere. We got 2 right here at this intersection, and then... Oh, one that's blocking up, like, iron or something. Oh, no, worse than iron. It's blocking up silver. Let's do that, like, loop to the south, and then we can swing west afterwards. We'll kind of do a figure eight. How bad is the collapse? It's bad. I just missed one, didn't I? I added more storage for empty canisters to the fuel build, and I changed the threshold at which it will request fresh canisters to be lower. So hopefully that means that it will not will not back up again. Why are you interesting? Oh, this is old. Yeah, okay. Those should have more frequent signals. Oh, you're actually out of fuel. Whoa. Hadn't seen that. That is concerning, but God. all this iron ore coming in is all backed up behind what? Which trains? You? But yeah, as trains manage to make deliveries, hopefully they will get assigned to other things, but like the system is so screwed up right now. I don't know how many more trains I need to add to keep it stable. I don't know if it has to be dedicated trains. It might be worth a dedicated sub-network. And that probably only needs a couple of trains on it, right? But yeah, I probably do need to figure out some sort of semi-dedicated something. Ooh, this one is also truly out of fuel. Which, like, could be a symptom of the same problem, right? The depots just aren't getting trains. Right. Yeah, it needs some sort of dedicated infrastructure so that it doesn't... So that when the rest of the system is busy, it doesn't fall over, right? It's same as the power system. Which ironically does handle that situation, but... one of these somewhere along here is going to be blocking the whole line. Yep. I shouldn't need manual fuel interrupts. Cybersyn is supposed to handle that. The issue is that the trains were not able to get the empty canisters out. They're all full of empty canisters because I didn't... Somehow the stations that take the empty canisters out of the trains were not being serviced. So trains were getting refilled with fuel, but they weren't getting fully emptied. All of these empty canisters are what are ruining my day. What happened this time? Ravager, what happened this time is we backed up on empty canisters somehow. Not totally sure how. I thought I had accounted for enough buffer space, but I may not have.
Oh, political. Here come space cops. Here come space cops.
J-Man! Thank you for gifting a sub to Ravager. Really appreciate that. What was I saying? Yeah, I think the issue is just, well, this is the issue, right? We just don't have enough trains, and because the stack sizes are so small on canisters, it doesn't take much of a disruption before the canister deliveries just get totally screwed up. That coupled with a buffer that was right on the edge of being big enough led to starvation in the loop, the canister's not getting emptied, and the whole thing falling over. So the fixes for that are, well, right now, again, I added more buffer space for empty canisters at the canister filling station, which should mean that we can dispatch more trains to this station more often to drop off empty canisters. But then do also need to figure out what, you know, we probably need to make more trains, right? That's going to be a bottleneck for all of our processing. If we don't have enough trains, stuff's just going to fall over. We're not going to get the deliveries we need. Fuel can be one of those things at this point, apparently. See, this one's actually out of fuel. That's... I've noticed a couple like that. And that also feels weird to me. I didn't think I had noticed that any of these depots were out. But, oh yeah, this one's out of fuel. There's lots of trains, well, assigned to various versions of this, but okay, so yeah, this is the, and you can see it's flashing yellow. It's not currently assigning a train to this depot, despite the 99 priority, because I don't think priorities work for what I need them to work for here. Unfortunately. I'll have to double check the Cybersyn docs, but I think when it's deciding between priorities help when you have multiple stations with the same product, but I don't know if it actually helps when it's dealing with, like, train assignments when you don't have enough trains like this. Because, yeah, these are all set to priority 99, so they should all be the highest priority in the system. I probably can also change all my fuel stations to not need to request, to not need to request coal anymore. And then they can keep a slightly larger buffer of canisters. But that's a whole thing. I guess I can be fixing that as I go. Swing by all the depots and pull the coal out. Yeah, I'd have to make a sub-network. I'd have to make a new network and put the trains just on that network. Set them as dedicated to that network. Which means having a dedicated depot stop for that network, because Cybersyn ties the train networks to their depot. That's how you define the networks a train can use. So that will be a little bit of a process. Oop, you're out of fuel. It does seem like the vast majority of the issue are ones that weren't getting... Yeah, the dual networked trains are dual networked because they're all in the same depot. If I want them separate, I have to do that intentionally. How are we doing on these trains? It is almost entirely, though, ones that are backed up on emptying, not on refilling. And that's a good thing. The couple of trains that were running fully empty might be more of... I'm just going to have to keep doing laps around the base, I think, unfortunately. But the couple that I've seen that are running empty might be a symptom of, the whole base has been backed up for a little while. More than just that being the actual cause. I think the cause was we had too many empty canisters in the loop, and it broke the fuel canister stop, and we weren't emptying them. And then once we blocked the whole network with all these empty trains, the system could no longer deliver fuel consistently. So we had a couple that ran out of fuel, but I don't think that's the, underlying failure mode. But both halves of that system need to be moved to their own network. So I need to paste down a new depot somewhere, change it to... It was both? Like, the canisters are very filled up over here. Ironically enough, one died here. Going to do what? Lead ore, right? We're at canisters. But yeah, this is pretty... You could see I added a new depot here, and we're pretty filled up on empty canisters. The condition that Cybersyn uses is just the idle condition. They don't wait until fuel full. They wait until idle. I don't know if we can actually change that. That might be a hard-coded Cybersyn thing. But yeah, they wait until inactivity. And I think if I try to change this, Cybersyn will yell at me. I can't add other conditions to this. We've tried. I think at this point, that would be a complete rebuild and dozens of hours of work. Yeah, I could probably add a refueling interrupt separately from Cybersyn just putting things in the depot. but that wouldn't solve this, right? Like, you can wait until fuel full, but where's the train? There's one right here. But no, this is not CyberSyn's failure. No, this is not CyberSyn's failure. This is my failure. This is me not having the base set up to handle empty canisters correctly. Like, I also think that you are drastically underestimating how many stations I will have to refactor if we try to change things. Well, it's not about the templates. It's about every single request right now is a CyberSyn combinator, and all of those are bespoke per station. Every single request station would have to be fixed manually to whatever new system we come up with. It's not just a paste a blueprint over the existing station to change it. It's a readjust everything. If it was coming out of a normal combinator, maybe, but in theory, a generic with parameterization and a few combinators would cover it. In practice, again, I'm not sure it would cleanly stamp over the old ones. Yeah, I gotta manually select a billion items. Yeah, exactly. No matter what I do, I have to manually select a billion items. That's gonna be the time sink more than anything else. But, like, this could have happened with any system, right? Like, having this set up where there just wasn't space for the empty canisters, and all of my depots backed up on empty canisters. Like, if the trains were set to be full instead of set for inactivity, they would be full of fuel and also full of empty canisters, right? Like, I would have had to have the condition be, like, full of canisters and also empty of empty canisters. Locked it. Yeah, but I wouldn't have thought to do that. I didn't think that was possible. I thought I had a big enough buffer. We would be in the same place. That's what I'm saying. Like, this fell over because I did not plan appropriately, not because of CyberSyn. My lack of understanding of how many freaking canisters were in the loop would have led to the same, maybe not the same exact failure, but the same overall effect. Let's see, where do we need to be? We got one just west of us. Oh, one up there, of course, and one down there. Those are all kind of in awful places to go from one to the next, but that's okay. Something that I'm very concerned about is that I did not expand my buffer enough, given how many canisters I have pulled out of things. So once we find these last couple of trains that are blocking stuff, do want to check. We'll pop back into the map view, and I want to check where we're at. Only one left, and it's the one on the way to the mall? Yeah. Do I need to expand how fast they get refilled? So there's... I don't think so. If you mean up here. Like, this is sitting full. So... I mean, I could change this so that we buffer more full ones, but this is very quick. Like, there we go. What I think... Part of the issue was definitely that this buffer was full, and adding one more of these things helps. Yeah, this is looking much better now. This is... What I need to do is go through the stations that still have coal and clean the coal out of them. I think I started doing that at, like, some of the stations. Yeah, this one is just fuel oil. But I didn't do it at all the depots for whatever reason. So clearing the coal out so that we can get, like, one more train in the loop at all times, making sure fuel's coming in would help. Making sure that these are all set to an appropriate... Why do my train tracks light up? It's a mod. It's called Train Trails. But, like, there's heaps of trains going around here to try to deliver fuel to all these stations. I might need... It might be worth increasing this to a depot, not because we need the larger buffer, but because it'll allow Cybersyn to dispatch, you know, dispatch more trains at once, so that there's more in the loop. Because remember, Cybersyn will only dispatch trains that it thinks can be filled up immediately. It won't send them in preemptively. So that would get us, you know, 2 more trains at all times, bringing fuel around, which might help the situation. And then the other thing, like I said, removing coal from the depots and making sure that they are no longer set up to request coal, so that at that end we can request more trains to deliver fuel. Let's do that. Let's start at this end, because I'm here. Does this depot have coal? Yes, this depot has coal. Okay. So I need to pull the coal out of this, and we'll remove that request, change this to request full, only canisters. And we got to do that for all the depots. That's something that I knew I needed to do as I, like, fully migrated away from trains running on coal. I didn't realize I had gotten to a point where I had enough trains that it was a limitation of the system. And I don't know if it really is, or if, again, fuel's just limited because all of my trains were backed up behind other trains, right? But... oh, I don't have inserters and containers, so it's really hard for me to fix this. I'm Alright, it's ad break o'clock. I'm gonna step away and get some water during the break. I recommend everyone else do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as people. And when we come back from our Twitch-mandated ad break, we'll figure out what we're doing here. We'll get this sorted somehow. And, we'll have to do it to all of the depots. I might have to go to the mall and get some equipment. That might be the situation. But I'll see everybody shortly. All right, welcome back, everybody. Oh, I have a couple of... I don't know why those are there, but they might be useful. Oh, I still don't have bots, do I? Okay. We are gonna go up to the mall. I'm gonna turn on my normal requests again. Which means we're not gonna be able to carry as much stuff around, but we don't have to anymore. We got the bulk of what was clogging up the system out, I think. So now we just have to go around to every, well, we still need more trains in the loop. Like, in the system in general. We just don't have enough trains. Some of this is backed up demand because everything's been broken for a while, but some of it is just that there aren't enough trains. It was blinking at me for a few hours and I was ignoring it. But before I do that, I want to go around to all the depots. I want to make sure that none of them are still requesting coal, that they're all set to request heaps and heaps and heaps of fuel oil canisters. And I also want to make sure that the fuel canister source has a large enough buffer that it can dispatch lots and lots of trains to it. Because I think right now we're capping out at like 5 or 6, because that's just the size of the warehouse. And a depot would make it 8 trains max. And if I really wanted to go crazy, we could put like 2 depots there, so it would buffer enough for, you know, that would be like 16 trains worth of buffer. But yeah, I had cleared out my whole inventory to make space for all the canisters I knew I was going to need to carry around. I don't think it needs to be cleared anymore. But I do think we still have to do some refactoring over here. Will I be able to fit... Yeah, this is my concern. Because I don't know if I can fit this in. Well, we can adjust it, right? We just have to move... We have to move this pipe south a little bit. And maybe this... slightly east by 1. It's still going to be tight. How are we doing? I don't need to wait for the bots to bring me everything, as long as I have enough that we can get started. I mostly care about, like, our containers and our inserters for the work I need to do. It does seem like we do have a lot of that. So we're not going to wait around. The poor bots are going to get real sad that they can't deliver all these things to me, but that's fine. And... yeah, let's disconnect this for now. One, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7 on the way, and I just manually added some stuff, so... Oh, I still don't have these. I need to reclaim my bots from the mall. I'm gonna do that right now, in fact, because I want to move this whole thing to the east a couple of tiles, and that's not gonna happen without bots. At least not happen easily without bots. So there should be like 2 stacks of those sitting around. Logi storage? Yeah, there we go. They're on the way. Not sure if doing that with a request was the best choice. There we go. Got him. At least I was careful not to dump all of my blueprints into Logi storage. That would have been particularly unfortunate if I had done that, but... Alright. What am I doing here? I need all of this to go, like... here. And honestly, doing that in that position did not really require... right. And can I do this in a less ugly way? Not really. So that's a start. If I wanted to, I could put a second one in, and that would let it dispatch, like, a lot more trains. A lot more. And perhaps I should. If I wanted to do that, we'd be taking it here. Taking, like, this. Make sure those are connected. And then set this to like a limit of 16. So now the system is allowed to dispatch basically as many trains as it can find to try to get fuel canisters in and out. I'll set that to the same limit. It's not going to happen because we have so many in the loop, but... So now we get to go around and find all the trains that are blocking up the system again, because that's going to be a problem. And as we do that, we want to be checking all of our depots and making sure that they are all configured correctly for just one fuel. This one looks like it is. We request 120 stacks. There's no ash in here. That depot is good. We move on. Here, like we've got another one, or was that the same one backing up this whole loop? That was the same one backing up the whole loop. Okay. There is another depot right over here, though, so we'll take a look at that. Oh, this train. Yeah, this one was set not to request coal, but it didn't have space for... It wasn't requesting all that. Ah, there we go. I set this to empty coal a while ago. But it didn't empty all of it. Okay. How much is still in the system? Not a lot. All right. So this one's catching up. I could almost wait for this one to finish. And I think I will. Because it's already up to somewhere in this underground. Yeah, working on this one. It's only going to take a couple of seconds, and then that way I don't ever have to come back to this depot. Other depots that have a lot more coal to flush out, I'm not going to sit around and just wait for the one thing to do it all, but... Since there's only a little bit here, we can just do it. Right, it looks like we've got a train. Where? One way up there and one over here. And then we will check the next depot as well. Yeah, most of these are still ones that didn't get flushed out. The ones that make it to a depot will get fully flushed out because they're not considered inactive when the inserter is emptying. It's not just when it's filling. So they will correctly be emptied the next time they make it to a depot.
Space!
Board Easy, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, this one's still requesting coal. Don't do that anymore, that's bad. I didn't check the train limit on this one. I checked everything else. Yeah, B6. Oh, I didn't reconnect the... Jeez, okay. Glad I was looking around. Okay, that'll flush the coal out of this one. I think I need to make sure that the inserters are set right as well. Yes, no more split belts. 6 trains, priority 99, fully filled up. That's all correct. Just a matter of hoping we can get the system actually up and running. Oh, that's not where I usually... I'm coming into the follower board from a different side than I usually do. What a mess. What a mess. What a mess. What a mess. Thanks again for the follow, Board Easy. What are we looking at here? A lot of trains. I have to make my way back to the top right, to the fuel setup, because I need to reconnect the pipes, because I got halfway through fixing it and got distracted by all of these blinking red lights yelling at me. So we're going to head that way. Leave that for now. Be nice to pick that up when I'm walking past it, but... yeah, let's grab this one because it's right here. And then up this way. Looks like there was one... Where? Oh, did I check this depot? No. Let's get the ash out of it, so it's only dealing with... And then same deal as the other one. I just copy and paste that, honestly. There we go. That'll get that going. And on the output, yeah, these also need to be set to 6. 6. I don't think I double checked the train limit on the output of this one. 6. Basically, this is high enough priority that if the outputs have filled up, I really want CyberSyn to say, yes, get stuff out of here. And the high train limit should help with that. But also, right now, there's no trains with this stop. Why are there no trains with this stop? Like, that's just wrong? Yeah, we might still have too many empty canisters in the loop, which is really concerning to me. Because I've got a lot in my inventory right now. And we have even more that are still sitting at depots here. 6. 120 stacks. Train limit 6. Yeah, this one I think is good. Let me just double check that there's no coal down at this end of the belt. Ooh, there is still coal at this end of the belt. Okay. Let that try to drain through better. Although I don't think I got very much of it out of my inventory there. But yeah, this is... Oh, well, it's backing up right now because this is wrong. Yeah. Uh-oh. I did something silly. That something silly was lose track of my... Fortunately... Fortunately, I know how this is supposed to go together. Is this not? Oh, I lost my power connection. There we go. That was the issue. All right. So this should be able to start running again. And that will make space for more containers again. I'm going to grab a few more stacks of these, just in case there are trains that don't have them, because it does still seem like most of it is trains that have filled up on empty canisters, but because I do know that I just had that not working for a little while, I want to make sure that I'm on top of what I need to be on top of as far as fixing all these. Yeah, this one's same thing. Set you to 6. You to 6. Get rid of the whole request. I don't want to push that other request up yet. And then does this need coal flushed out at the end? It does. We got to do this one, and this one, and then just kind of keep an eye on all the other ones. Yeah, trains are just not getting assigned to the pickups, and I don't fully understand why. Well, I do, but... Yeah, there's only one train with a stop. It should be allowed to do, like, 5 of them right now. So again, I think that's CyberSyn's priorities not working the way I need them to work. And this does really need to get migrated to a dedicated station. Or to a dedicated network, rather. Yeah, 16 is fine. Because these fill very quickly. So... Alright. good enough for now. Let's keep moving. Let's keep trying to fix some things. I have a couple more depots that I need to switch over. Apparently, we are up to 25 trains that have failed again, which doesn't surprise me when I see that, like, depots are still not looping correctly. I think this is good now and should be able to dispatch, I mean, in theory, lots of trains. In practice, I might have to make more trains before the system will work, which I'm not really thrilled about, putting more trains in the system when we can't keep them fueled correctly. But that might be the necessary step right now. Do I have space here to do something a little silly? Yeah, kinda. Alright. I think what I want to do is coming down here. We're gonna grab some number of these depot stations. Really know how many? Doesn't necessarily matter. Yeah, I'm just not sure how many depots we're gonna want for... But, like, if I drop this, I don't know, here somewhere. The game lags a lot because it's trying to update the train network. Anytime an intersection gets built, it needs to update the train network, I think, is how it works. Not 100% sure on that. Okay. So here we have some depots, which we can set to a new network. So I'm going to call F. And we're just going to do this now before anything else. F. Here, also F. Now I need to start fixing all of these. And I have to fix all of them to be network F, and I need to drop the trains in, which I should get a request going for. How many depot spots did I make here? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sure, we'll have 8 trains dedicated to fueling. And come right off of, like, here over to, like, sure. Let's see. Is this a long enough section? Yes. Does this even need to be chain signals? Or can this just be normal rail signals here? That can just be normal rail signals here, can't it? Cool. And somewhere like there's probably fine. Okay. Really don't want you here. These need to be renamed. That's my issue. Okay. So, of the things that need to happen now, this belt needs to be fed from up here so that this system feeds itself at all times. That is critical to things working correctly. How do I want to route this? I think this is one of those times where a little bit of spaghetti is going to save us more headaches later. Then going the other way. Empty canisters. Gonna route up on the outside because I think I'm gonna have an easier time. This I'm actually gonna send past these and into here as a priority input. That way, any canisters that come out of this system from the dedicated fuel trains will be their own thing. So now, let me go get... Well, I need to power these for one thing. And then I need to put trains... I need to duplicate our train schedule effectively. I don't know if that's particularly easy to do. Alright, there's power. These are all set to fuel depot, right? Yes. All the way across? Yes. Let's go get our new trains. And then what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to set every fuel depot station to be the new F network for fueling. 8 trains may or may not be enough. We can expand it. That's easy enough. But we'll start with 8 trains dedicated to fueling and let them see if they can catch up. Oh. And then you need a new group. We're going to call you CyberSyn Fuel. Your station is... Can I search? Fuel Depot. Add weight condition. Inactivity. Second. CyberSyn should auto-discover that. There it goes. Then we can blueprint just the train. And paste this in here. Okay. Yeah, these are all on CyberSyn Fuel. They're sitting around. They are filling up their fuel tanks first, and then they will start to be dispatched. So let's fix all of our other depots to be on the appropriate networks. F. Yeah, you don't request coal anymore. I do have to empty this one. So we're still going to have to make some dedicated travel to all of the depots to clean them out, get all the coal out from the ones that still have coal being requested, etc. But they all at least will be on the dedicated network moving forward. Which should stop with this kind of like brownout scenario, right? Where we just aren't getting enough trains to keep the depots running. Right, that one's good. Right around here somewhere, yes. You need to be switched over. Done everything else on this one, right? This one is just broken because it hasn't been getting trains. Yeah. And then this one up here, same deal. It's good except for being on the wrong network. I already did the rest of the work on it. And then this one as... Oh, nope, this one's already on F. That's the one I started with. Cool. Except the fuel trains can't deliver there because everything's broken. So let's go unblock the trains that are over here, because I'm sure I have a fuel train that's trying to get to this depot and can't. Because of all of this mess. All right. Let's go east. We'll go around this side of the loop. And then we'll hit our southeastern depot on the way by. Yeah, there's more and more trains that don't have fuel in them at all because they are... because the depots have been completely screwed up. Yeah, look at that. We've cleared out a lot of canisters, which is a good thing. They've been pushed through the loop. Pushed back into the loop is what I should say. What a mess. What a mess, what a mess. Yep. We're going to be seeing more now that really are out of fuel and aren't just full on... aren't just full on empty canisters. Because the system was so screwed up for so long. But with dedicated trains now, specifically for the purpose of delivering to the depots, hopefully things run a little more cleanly. We will find out. And over here, I need to grab... Do I do it at this one? Yeah. I need to grab this part. This will just pull through the... Yeah, pull through the coal. And we can fix this. So these will be two-sided belts. Beautiful. What a mess, what a mess, what a mess. Oh, looking at the wrong arrows. And then is everything else correct? Limit of 6, F network, limit of 6. Yes. Hey, there we go. I'm gonna grab a couple more of these. As much as the depots also do need to be properly refilled. I'm going to have trains that I need to rescue, so... Yeah, that's one of the old failures, which I'm happy to see. Let's see here. Same thing. Limit is good. That's already set to 120. All right, so I just have to add the flush to the end. All right, we do have some I saw at least one of our fuel trains was stuck in a traffic jam, which is not great. So many trains that are broken everywhere. Yeah, and this is going to be the hard part right now is, like, even getting all of the depots refilled with how many trains are blocking the system. It's going to be hard for it's going to be hard for fuel to even get delivered to all the places it needs to go. Which sounds a little ridiculous, but is unfortunately the truth that, like, yes, the train pathing will try to work its way around these things, and there aren't any, like, true bottlenecks in the base. Trains will get stuck. All right, time to go drop off all of this coal and ash at the mall. We'll drop off the empty canisters at fuel canister processing. Maybe I need to add more trains to the dedicated fueling. 8 may not be enough. Or it could just be that they need a little bit more time to catch up. It's hard to tell. But, like, everything seems pretty backed up right now still. Yeah, there's only 2 trains with that stop, which means there should be like 6 with this stop. 5, okay. So probably 1 going back to a depot. Well, they all say that they have that stop, yeah. It's trying real hard. Oh, did I check for ash at all the depots just to make sure that they could all function optimally? Is there ash in this one? There is ash in this one. So I need to deal with that. There's ash in this one. I pulled the ash out of that one. I think I pulled the ash out of this one. I did. This one I pulled the ash out of. Yes. This one. Yes. Okay. So just the one. Yeah. Just the one in the southeast that I didn't pull ash out of. Oh, what a pain. Yeah, we'll dump everything in our trash slots here. And I will request another 8 trains. Yeah, so we'll drop off, whoops. We'll drop off those other trains here. I should probably also just expand this. At least a few more depots. I don't need to have 16 of them. Like, we're going to have 16 trains, but they're never all going to want to be at the depots at the same time. There's always going to be some fuel delivery that's happening. So we don't have to, like, have a home for every train, but we do have to have enough that Cyberson won't complain too loudly. I just want my trash slots to empty out here before I move on, because we're probably going to have to collect more empty fuel canisters as we go around, and I need space in my inventory for fresh ones as well, because we've got 30 trains that we need to rescue. Ugh. That's so many trains. Well, this is a good infrastructure fix, right? To have dedicated trains for doing fuel oil stuff. Let's see. Where is all this ash going? I have like an ash output, right? They're trying to go to that? Yes. Okay. There we go. Now we can get out of here. Drop off the trains. I do still also need to add more trains to the main system, but again, with everything being kind of screwed up right now, it's really hard to judge how many I should add. So I want to get the dedicated fuel trains working correctly. Oof. The lag. Oh, did I put those just slightly too far back? Yes. They need to be just in range of the inserters. But not so far forward that they will depart without getting fueled. Is a little bit finicky. I wish they snapped. I guess I could have made sure they had the rail with them, and then they would snap with the rail. Alright, those guys are going to start tipping around, whatever they need to do. Next project, let's head south. We've got a few trains kind of due south of us that are broken. I do want to have some fuel. Do that, and let's grab a few thousand of those. And I also want to take the ash out of the last depot, just because that's taking up space that could help the system, you know, be a little happier with a buffer, right? I think right now, like, rescuing trains is still semi-futile because we are still waiting for a lot of deliveries that need to happen. But if I don't, again, the rails are going to be blocked and the deliveries won't happen to get all the depots up and running correctly. So, like, we kind of just have to keep doing laps, rescuing trains until the system stabilizes. Yeah, we got a bunch right around here. Let's get all those. Yeah, I mean, it's good that I had the opportunity to get fuel onto a separate network, for sure. I wish that it had not come down to this, but... yeah, as long as we're keeping, like, the main roads clear, like, yeah, backups like this are gonna stop depots from getting fuel, for sure. So that's the... those are the places we really need to be watching out for, are our, like, our main thoroughfares. Oh, nope, there wasn't one. Sorry. Is one right here, though. I saw an icon on the minimap, but I think it was the, like, this train has been delayed icon from Cybersyn, not the this train is out of fuel icon from the base game. But yeah, backups like this cause so many issues. We are getting closer to catching up. Deliveries of fuel to the depots is now on a dedicated Cybersyn network. Has its own dedicated depots. It's fueled directly from the system here, so it doesn't rely on trains to fuel itself. So in theory, this should do a better job at keeping the depots both filled and cleared. But right now, those trains that are trying to do that job are, even though they're on a separate network, they're on the same rails. So as long as there are still trains that are falling over here, it's, you know, those new trains aren't going to be able to do their jobs. So I still have to run around and keep unblocking the main paths. Yeah. Once I have the rails cleared long enough that all the depots have been able to be restocked, but I think things are in pretty rough shape, so that might take a little while longer. I am glad that I didn't start trying to do this on Tuesday, though, because this was a bigger project than I anticipated. But you can see they're just everywhere. Down here is probably blocking depot access, so I think that should be the next one. Yeah, you're blocking a main road. I don't care as much, really, about ones on side paths like this, but... at least not immediately, but I will fix them when I see them. There's one down here in natural gas, though. It does kind of feel like a losing battle right now, but I don't think it is. And I am still finding ones that are just... Oh, see, this isn't even... Look at that. Those are clearing on their own. Okay, good. Over here, there's going to be one up here somewhere. Wow, what a mess. Yep, this one. But, like, the system apparently has cleared enough that they're starting to repath, right? You see trains making U-turns through side roads like this to route themselves different ways. That's a good sign that they're even deciding that they can do that. That means that enough other roads have opened up, right? Which previously they may not have even been trying to repath. Right, yeah, only the really stuck ones will be left. Or stuff with no good paths out, right. Like, everything caught around this corner has no other choice, right? But yeah, there are still ones on main roads, it looks like. Or main-ish roads, yeah. Near Arcod's here, up over here. And this is running pretty low on fuel at this depot. And also is not currently emptying. Yeah, I already see that there's trains on the fuel network that are caught in. Probably should have used circuits to shut down the entire... Can I do that, even? I don't have any, like, immediate way to set train limits to 0 or anything like that. Set rail signal exiting... Ah, that would work. I don't think I knew that you could set rail signals with circuit conditions, if I'm being entirely honest. It makes sense that you can. I just never thought about it. But yeah, these are the kind of pileups that are, like, definitely gonna block the... block the fueling from happening, right? Because this is at a depot, so this is like a worst case one. Yeah, look at that. There's a train full of fuel. 2 trains full of fuel trying to get to this depot, and they can't currently. So, but that's good. That's going to help the system unbork itself. Yeah, there's a third one coming to this depot. We're getting there, is what I'm saying. That is solidly getting there. Obviously not there yet. Did I just watch this one run out of fuel in front of me? You're pretty low, too. You can spare it. Alright, I gotta go back up to fueling depot and drop off. I know I went past one. I'm out of fresh fuel and my inventory is almost full with regular. I'm gonna go up to the depot or up to the fuel station and recycle my canisters. Is it also an issue with the trumpets not having enough blocks? That doesn't help, for sure, J-Man. The newer trumpets have more blocks and should be better behaved. But... Where do we want to go first? Let's swing around north, and then we can come down sort of through the center of the base where everything is bad. Because that's going to be blocking deliveries to the depots on the west side. Ugh. I think there are going to be several as I just go due south from here, and then we'll figure out where else we have problems once I clear the path through here to. I want to make sure this depot is accessible to the fueling trains. This is another kind of critical path that I need to be keeping open. Who could have thought that a cloverleaf would be a bad intersection design? Oh, I have one north of me that I think just died while I was fixing other ones. Or I just walked past it because there were a bunch of other dead ones nearby. Yeah. Do this one next, because it's right here. Left here, actually, but... And then... I'm trying to figure out how I want to... Trying to be reasonably efficient going towards where there's several broken ones where I can, like, make good progress cleaning them up all at once. Yeah, this is a big blockage. The spine under the old bait. Yeah. Right through here. Yep, we'll swing around and we'll go a block south and we'll head west and clear that whole chunk. I assume that's what you were talking about. Right through here. But yeah, once we get enough trains moving consistently again, I'm hoping that 16 trains dedicated to fueling is going to be sufficient. I could probably do the math on it, like how many canisters per hour we're using or whatever. All right, down to the right, another one of the sort of main east-west roads. This one has a bunch of blockages on it, so we will try to clean things up as we go. So, fun fact. As far as I know, all the fuel canisters have the same fuel value. And it's just how much stuff you have to put in them before they're considered full. Is that not what I saw? I feel like I looked at that, and I was... Yes. We sort by burnt result and look at all the fuel canisters. It doesn't matter what you use. They are all 10 megajoule. So, like, yes, fuel oil is bad, but also pi is just being difficult with Mark II trains. In general. I probably could have just stuck with Mark I trains and just kept improving my coal production and moved on with my life. But it's way too late for that now. We are committed. Sunk cost fallacy is in full force. Mark III, I think, are a whole different fuel again. Nexilite batteries. So we're going to have a whole, like, Nexilite battery charging system for the... That's a lot of particle accelerators. Yeah. That's why we have so much solar. I think I am, at this point, clearing trains faster than new ones are breaking. They're definitely still breaking, because there's still a lot that did not refuel properly that are just still out and about. Might have to expand the pie in order of magnitude. Yeah. Well, at that point, we will have maybe even working nuke. I don't know if we'll have good nuclear power by then. I don't know if I want to commit to that, but we will have other power options. But then, yeah, it will definitely be a big investment in power infrastructure and in particle accelerators to run a whole train network. Time to swap everything to rocket fuel. They don't run on rocket fuel. I wish. Don't they? T2s will run on rocket fuel, will they? I thought they only ran on... Oh, they do run on rocket fuel. Why didn't I run... Oh, because rocket fuel requires this. It was a Pi 3 tech. Okay. Gated behind military and Pi... No, Pi 2. It was military, yeah. So maybe that would have been the better option if I had built military earlier. Oh no, it was military and Pi 3. So it was gated behind getting to this. So we wouldn't have been able to do it when we upgraded to tier 2 locos anyway. Yeah, we could think about making that swap. Kerosene can be rough. Yeah. I do appreciate that the rocket fuel canisters are just kerosene and oxygen, though. That is delightfully accurate to the real world. Ooh, I just watched this one run out of fuel. Which one is it you? Yes. Another one over here. Yeah, and all of these main roads are the ones that I'm worried about trying to keep unblocked. Well, I said I thought I was catching up on the trains without fuel, and I still might be, but... Alright, this is looking not great, but okay. There's still fuel on the belt, even though it needs more. How's this one? This one is totally empty, and it's totally full on empty canisters. How about this one? Barely fuel on the belt, but keeping up with empty canisters. 1 a second rocket fuel powers 110 T2s in constant motion. That is a lot of locomotives. So my worst case would be, call it 3 a second. Yeah, we could definitely evaluate switching over to rocket fuel now that we have the techs for it. Screw it, make it a belt worth. That's a lot of rocket fuel. Yeah, as long as I can manage to make the kerosene decently. Yeah, 16 trains. Yeah, a bunch of them are stuck in traffic. Look at that. So we gotta keep doing the loop. Because if those trains are stuck in traffic, then we're not catching up on our problems. Oh, is a bigger is better build person. Yeah. I try to not overbuild when I can, but sometimes you look at something and you're like, it's easy. I'm just going to build 30 of these and I'm going to move on with my life and I'm not going to think about it ever again. But it's very easy in Pi to overbuild and to get yourself kind of stuck on. Stuck on that. Let's see, a couple on the southern road, and then we can zigzag back up through the main base again. Interesting. Why are you failing like that? How did one of those end up? Hmm. Yeah, maybe rerouting doing weird things. Because nothing looks backed up on the depots for the fueling trains. So I'm not sure. That train was carrying empty canisters, right? Did I just missee its cargo and... Oh, well, we are currently falling behind on the fixing train fuel situation. Oh, yeah, we can see... You're out of... It's got to be rerouting doing weird things where they're just, like, going in loops or whatever, trying to find a home. Because that is now the second one that looks like... You know what I can do for the fuel trains? And I think is probably worth it? Is I can force them to return to the depot in between... And that will prevent CyberSyn from issuing orders as quickly to those trains, but it will ensure that they always have time to get refueled before they before they're allowed to go anywhere else, which hopefully will prevent that network from screwing up. It hasn't generally been an issue where CyberSyn has struggled, but I'd rather play safe than sorry on that one. I'm not going to change that on our main depots, but I will change it on the fuel trains. There are so many trains trying to catch up on everything right now. What a mess. What a mess. Yeah, there's another one right here, and this is a fairly main... Interesting. That seems like something's wrong. 1 second. Did I do... Yep. Look at that. How's that for why we're getting these trains getting backed up? Just copy and paste fail. But... Streamer brain in crisis mode, yeah. I already have, like, the world's worst streamer blindness. Alright, we can run over there, get that fixed. Drop off. One right around here, isn't there? Yeah. Yeah, we can drop off all these canisters while we're here. Those ones slowly starting to move through now. They are... That backup should clear. And yeah, they're all going to use that depot first, right? So any one of them could already kind of be screwed up by that. got a couple on this main north-south road again. A bunch kind of through the middle to the west. All right. Another lap of the base is the plan. Oh, my inventory. Yeah, thank you. I did forget. I'm so tired today. Like, I struggle on a good day, but I am exhausted. I'm assuming at this point most things need fuel rather than being backed up on empty canisters. So I'm optimizing for taking more fuel with me on the way out, and hopefully that's the right choice. Immediately I'm confronted with that, but that's one of our fueling trains carrying empty canisters. Well, I may have made the wrong choice on what to focus my inventory space on. I don't see any south of me, so I think we just keep going due west. Well, no, let's take a short detour because I saw there was one right here. Then we will head this way. I saw there was a big pile up right here. And over here. That is hilarious. It is exactly out of fuel and also exactly full on canisters. Yeah, all I can really do is keep trying to keep the main roads clear so that the fuel delivery trains can do their jobs and get the depots refilled correctly. Oop, we got 3 just to the east of us, so let's just get all those. One in here. And was there one more here? There is. Sort of. Over here. Locking up sulfuric acid. I was like this one. Oh, yeah, this just got a delivery. Beautiful. So the deliveries are going to be round robin, but the canister clearing is going to be, like, closest first. That's just how Cybersyn works. You can't make it do round robin on sources, only on destinations. So we're going to see it, like, each depot in order of what's closest to the fuel factory is going to get cleared of canisters, and then it'll, like, move on to the next one and the next one and the next one. Yeah, the one that I was just at that was still completely blocked up is going to take the longest. I might do a hand, I could do a hand delivery there, potentially. How far up is this train? Jeez. Bottom left corner. But yes. The problem is that any train that refuels there still has the risk of filling up on canisters, right? And then they can end up anywhere in the base. If it was going to stay localized to like that corner, it would be easier to manage. Unfortunately, that is not the case. I'm going to empty that one. I don't ever want to put in more canisters than like the train fully filling up on empties. But yeah, things like this where there's no opportunity for trains to turn off will really keep the whole logistics system in a bind. How are we doing on clearing canisters? I saw that the one down here looked okay. Oh, we've got a couple more breakdowns here. Surely this one is good-ish. This one is good-ish, right? Good-ish. Have they started to clear this one yet? Ish. Okay. Progress is being made. We just have to make sure that the roads are kept sufficiently clear that, again, that the fueling trains can keep doing what they're doing and keep catching up on the backlog of deliveries and of... And then add even... Yeah, we're going to have to add a bunch of trains to the main network, too. Like, I knew that I was low on trains to begin with. All right, we're in a good corner of the base, or we're in the corner of the base, to drop off canisters and refill. Yeah, it escalated with the lack of available trains. Well, we do have dedicated trains for fueling now, which should keep it working better. You can see how many more trains are coming in and out of these stations now that they are dedicated to just doing that. Cool. This all looks like it's working as intended now. These are not all balanced with their inputs and outputs, because a couple of these are probably ones that I already rescued. But... alright, yep. These main roads here are getting clogged up again. So we'll do those. And then up towards, yeah. Kind of all the places you expect trains to fall over. Not because of any reason other than those tend to be the main routes through the base that all the trains take. Let's see, I saw there was one way down here. I want to clear... This is a place where trains sort of have an opportunity to try to make U-turns, but It looked like it got kind of clogged up, so... And up here, next left. We're getting there, chat. But, like, clearly the 16 fuel trains are not yet caught up because we're still seeing. We're still seeing empty depots and other things like that. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want to see. But this is the, like, closest one. So this one... Well, it should be round-robining the destinations. Because it round-robins the requesters and then pulls from the nearest source. So I'm kind of surprised that that one's, like, filling up way more than this one has. But, you know, there's other issues. So... But yeah, we still have trains leaving before they get fully fueled. It seems like I'm seeing more that are backed up on empty canisters again, rather than ones that don't have... For a little while, they were all ones that didn't have fuel, and I'm seeing a lot more empty canisters. Which I think means that... Well, it's because of the round-robin fueling versus the closest first emptying, right? So, every depot gets some fuel, even if not necessarily enough to catch up the system totally yet. But the further away depots are not being cleared yet, and that's going to be causing issues. But it's a sign that the fuel is getting out and about, which is a good thing. But yeah, we're still seeing, you know, no trains available to make deliveries to these. It wants to make more than 16 deliveries simultaneously. There's less than there were 45 minutes ago. Are there? I feel like I've been stuck at 10 for a while now. It was over 30 at one point, so... We have made progress. It is clearing, right? But I imagine, like, if I look at this... Okay, yeah, there's one stuck there. Look at at this one. Yeah, there's a couple that are stuck in traffic. The rest are going back to depots. Because I forced these all to go back to their depots, a lot of them are going to be en route to depots at any given moment. But definitely, looking at the trains, I can see that a lot of our fuel trains are still getting stuck in traffic as other things back up. So that needs to still be the priority, is just keep clearing traffic jams. Like that one that's holding up 20 trains or something. Laps and laps around the base. We've only been doing this for like 2.5 hours. No big deal. Is it just though? I mean, the main network still has issues because those 16 haven't been able to fully do what they need to do yet. But all the fuel is just on those 16 trains now. I swapped everything over to the F network. I could add a few more trains to that network if I think I need to. But 16 trains is a lot just to be moving around fuel canisters. No, it's a totally dedicated network now. It doesn't even try to use the main train system. I probably could have those stations on both networks, but that just seems like it's more error-prone for no good reason. Got a couple more over here. There's one more right near here, isn't there? Oh, right in front of me. Interestingly, the ones that are full on empty canisters don't blink their icon unless you're hovering over the, like, show me the ones with this issue alert. So if it's blinking... Oh, nope, I'm wrong. Well, yes. This one also wants fuel. Ugh. Oop, we got one right here, which I should clear because this is... The closer we are to the fuel oil production, the more likely that we back up everything if we leave a failure in place. Yeah, like that. Wow. Yeah, 10 trains currently trying to bring back empties. That's a lot. Where do I need to be? What is the best route right now? I need to be everywhere all at once. Let's go north, and then we can kind of zigzag around. Sure. One in crude oil processing. Somewhere around here. West here. I think I saw one towards the west end of this route. Yes. Ooh, and that's on a main road. That's an important one to fix. And then, yeah, I think we just kind of zigzag through. So we'll go south, we'll go east, go south, we'll go west, we'll loop around. Kind of try to clear everything we can on the way by. We got one here. Yep. Take a slight detour, grab this one, and then continue south again. They really always do seem to die, like, on the overpass. Ready to completely block, They aren't as severe. Well, I think that's because I'm kind of staying on top of them, so they end up, they don't have as much time to back up. But when we swing around here to this depot, I'm sure we're going to see that it is still very full of empty canisters. Yep. It does have fuel, though. I don't know if that's going to help. I don't know how badly backed up this is. Seems like pretty badly. Yeah, all of these have at least some. There's not a lot I can do until the trains finally managed to schedule a time to clear that depot, but, like, this one's cleared. That's good. That means this one should be mostly cleared. Yep. There's going to be a train dispatched probably very shortly to that one. This one should be pretty much cleared. Yeah, sitting on one. So, like, progress is being made, and we know that the one I'm at right now is going to be the last one. Have they started to clear this one yet? No. A few to the south again, a few to the north again. Oh, that looks like we're getting a pretty bad backup in the north east there. So let's head that way. We got a couple here. Ooh, my inventory is also completely full. So I might not even be able to clear that. Okay. I'm going to go this way then. We will swing by the fuel plant. We'll drop off all these empty canisters, because I'm holding like a whole deposit's worth of canisters right now. And then we'll come back from the north towards that four-way intersection that's screwed up. We are making some amount of progress on getting canisters back here, because this is more full than it has been, I think, since I gave the system dedicated fuel trains. So that's a good thing. All right, yeah, so we can see that, like, 2 of the depots still really haven't been emptied. We can see that catching up on fuel deliveries is still a problem. Yeah, really only one of the depots is full. We can also see that we only have, like, 5 trains. Also, why are there 4,000? No. Well, maybe. I mean, it is empty. This is requesting more canisters. Which it should, because it wants to keep a baseline of, like, 1 deposit half full. I'm just worried that there's enough canisters in the wild that that's going to back up again. I can turn off the more canisters request. Or I could make it smarter. I could have it be like, only fire off if we're low at this end. Not just if we're low at this end. Yeah, I'm not sure if we should be... Well, it's only going to request a couple thousand more. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's probably the best choice. What do I do? We just disconnect that. There we go. So now that won't request on the X network anymore. All right, bunch of stuff to clear up again. Oh, I don't have fuel. I expect at this point more and more of the trains are going to be ones that are blocked on the stations being cleared rather than blocked on fuel deliveries. But it is also rough to see that we only have like a few trains that are running, it feels like, out of the 16. But I did set them to be forced to come back to the depot, so that's going to slow them down. Maybe I can turn that off at this point, now that the things are running well enough. Yeah, let's turn depot bypass back on. Because that should let the trains do things like make a delivery of fuel and then pick up empty canisters because they're nearby, which is what we want them to be doing. And I still didn't pick up fuel canisters for myself because I got distracted doing that again. But yeah, 20 trains that are out of fuel is probably easily 50 to 100 trains that are not currently running at all because they're blocked behind other trains. So that's a large portion of my trains that are still not running current situation. All right, and Twitch is telling me that it is once again getting to be ad break o'clock. As usual, I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water during the break. I recommend everyone else take the chance to hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves. If you have not moved in the past hour, it's a good time to move around. And, I mean, y'all know what we're doing when we come back. We're not... we're not breaking any new ground, unfortunately. But we will keep working on trying to keep the system unclogged and letting the fueling trains catch up. And if 16 trains is not enough to catch up on fueling, then we will add more, but boy, that would be a lot of fuel consumption. All right, I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Thanks for sticking around. Welcome back, everybody. All right, where are we at? Where do I need to go? Oh, there's a couple more down at the bottom again. Okay, we're gonna do those, and then we'll loop north. I want to get everything up here, and then I'm sure something else will break to the south again, and we'll just keep looping. That's... Where do we need to go? Everywhere. It's less about where do we need to go and more about how do I route myself everywhere all at once. Exactly. Oh, now I want to watch that movie again. That was a good movie. Yeah, north. We're going to go north. We're going to do a little loop-de-loop here, and then we'll come back down this way. We may as well grab this one while we're here, because it's right next to us. And one more right here that is also right next to us. And we have a couple of really bad backups here on the main roads. And this is, again, this is the stuff that's gonna stop the fueling trains from being able to go around and do what they need to do. So this is the stuff that I really need to be trying to keep clear. Oh, look at that. Both directions through the clover leaf, completely blocked. Perfect. Just like real-life traffic in America. Yeah. Who would have thought that a bad intersection design is bad? Look, we all know that this base was not built in any way for efficiency. This base was built because I wanted to see lots of trains go zoom. Maybe it's time for roundabouts. Maybe. Roundabouts do still have the train go zoom factor, so they are acceptable. As well, the lack of zoom is a temporary situation. How are we doing on clearing out? See, that's what I want to see. But, like, there's... As much as all of these depots are telling Cyberston, like, you have 1 million empty fuel canisters, there's so many more that are in all of these chests, right? So, like, these stations take forever to flush out when they're completely backed up like that. That one's good. One good? That one is, well, it should have another train on the way, but is otherwise good. I am still impressed at how many... Well, we also still have a lot of trains that are just dedicated to... Yeah. There's 5 of our trains that are trying just to empty this one station right now. That is probably true. I could shut down just those depots. Could I shut down just those depots? Because some of them are online and functional, and I kind of want to let them keep running. I mean, at this point, it looks like we're pulling out of both of the remaining depots. Although we still don't have fuel being delivered everywhere, because most of the fueling trains are currently dedicated to emptying rather than refilling. Yeah, let's, on our way over to one of the depots. I'm just not sure. Well, I'm not sure about a lot of things. But, like, I can put signals, right, in the depots so that at least trains don't leave them when things are screwed up. But I'm worried that that will potentially cause other problems. How are we doing here? Hey. We are slowly clearing out. Okay, we're catching up. This one's still not there yet, but... Oop, that train is gonna run out of fuel. There you go. We do have more fuel coming in. It's coming in bursts. And it will start to fill in the belt. Oop, yeah, you're about to have a problem. Yeah, a lot of these are still about to have a problem. So what would I do? I could put signals on the outputs of all the stations, and that would stop trains from trying to leave. I can put signals on the inputs to the stations. I think part of the problem is that, like, the selection of which depot they go to is still Cybersyn's choice. Oh, maybe not for depots. I actually don't know. I don't know if Cybersyn will force them to a specific depot by putting a temporary station in, or if... that might just be going to depot. I'm trying to grab one. Because if Cybersyn is trying to send them to specific depots, then anything I do to try to, like, block depot paths, I don't have any fuel here to give to that train. Anything I do to try to block depots is just gonna get Cybersyn angrier at me. But if it's just defaulting to Factorio's routing, then I definitely can block off depot stations. And trains will just route to other, like, that, right? Is that a valid fix? Yeah, I know it has its own routing code for getting to delivery stations, but I think for depots, it doesn't. I think for depots, it just, like, lets it go to the station and lets Factorio figure it out. Because, yeah, nothing's being assigned to these depots now that I cut that track. So everything should be going to the other depots now. And I could do the same thing down at this one. Because those are the two that are still, well, they're all still having issues with getting fuel delivered. But they're having issues getting fuel delivered because all of those trains that are dedicated to fueling are... that's not true. It will happily assign stations that can't be routed to. It doesn't know the difference. It doesn't do a path check before it does the assigning. Yeah. These trains that were assigned to these depots just rerouted to other depot stations. So that does work. Okay. That's fine. So that'll give these time to clear out and give us time for trains to make it out to all the fueling spots. Yeah, so it uses the coordinate stops for normal stations, but not for depots. I think unless you check require same depot, then it probably does use coordinates for depots. How's this one look? Yeah, this one's fine. We don't have to flush that. It's even got some fuel, maybe. Not a lot yet. Some. Alright, I gotta go drop off all these empty canisters and grab some not empty ones, and then we'll do another lap. I don't know how much this is gonna help, just because we're still not necessarily getting fuel to the depots consistently yet. But we can at least try. But with two of the depots disabled, they should be able to fully empty their empty canisters, and that will mean, in theory, more trains available for other activities on that train network. What do we got? Where do we need to go? Let's do north first, because I haven't been up that way in a little bit. And I see some big backups. Oh, that's all one backup there. Wow. Mark II, that is true. And the fuel trains are isolated enough that I can make changes without it significantly impacting everything else. That might be worth it. I still don't think it's worth it for most of the base, because for the most part, we don't have throughput requirements that are that high. But it might be worth it specifically just for the fueling network, because this is very low density and it's ruining my life. Oh, whoops, this station is also not good. Let that one purge too. Oh, this one's not even on that. Jeez. I missed one. Yeah. But like these ones that say they have 2.4 thousand or whatever, like there's a lot more than that in them that needs to be flushed out, because you have all these steel chests, like stacks and like this is a whole train. So it's just gonna take a little while for there to be enough trains moving canisters around to get things done. And every time one of these intersections comes to a complete halt, my soul leaves my body. Where do I want to go? How do I want to do this route right now? I think I'm going to go west, and then north, and then east, because all of this is still blocked up north, and then we'll swing south past the mall, try to grab everything on that side. The other thing we have to watch out for right now is that half of our depots are disabled. So there are just going to be issues now with Cybersyn being able to route trains at all to depots. But we'll figure that out later. Yeah, most of these are now seemingly having the full of too much fuel problem, which is the preferred problem. Well, it means that fuel is, even though we had a bunch of trains that went to depots that haven't been flushed yet because of the asymmetry in how Cybersyn works, like, trains are having opportunities to get fuel, even if they aren't always necessarily fully filling up. J-Man was probably just testing stream latency, watching for the message to appear in the video in chat. Because every once in a while, Twitch decides to just throw an extra 30 seconds of latency for no good reason. Multi-dollar company, yeah. Well, I didn't mean to put 5 in there, but doesn't matter. All right, let's drop off. Well, the usual song and dance, right? We're in this corner of the base, so we drop off all the. When is my next fuel upgrade? I mean, in theory, now, if we want to queue up rocket fuel and figure it out, it is a lot denser. Although, would denser fuel just delay the inevitable is also a question. Like, when the logistics is fundamentally broken, the logistics is fundamentally broken. Does rocket fuel have a burnt result? Is there, like, an empty rocket? No, it doesn't. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's more than the density. That is the reason. Is no burnt output at all. Until we upgrade to Mark III trains and everything starts running on Nextlet batteries. Yeah, we can definitely look into that. I would like to have everything functional before we dive into that. And I don't think there's any reason we can't get it working again, especially now that we have the dedicated trains on the fuel network. Again, it's just that these can buffer so many empty canisters that, like, when it's... They're spending a lot of time cleaning out the empty canisters, still. Once the system does get caught up on that, then what am I going to do with my thousands and thousands of empty canisters that I've built? That's the... where do I need to be? Everywhere. Everywhere is broken again. They become mementos, yeah. Mementos to my terrible, terrible decision. In hindsight, I would probably have waited to do Mark II trains until rocket fuel. They're not that much faster that my logistics desperately needed them. And the canister-based shenanigans are a real pain. It's just such a low-density fuel. Ooh. Oh, that's a new one down there. Okay. We have another one up here. Let's get this one, because that looks like a long backup happening. Yeah. At least I've cleared enough here that trains can try to route around it. I see lots of trains turning around and going left, which is good. But all these ones are stuck. That's really the thing, right? We don't have to have every route perfectly clear. We just have to keep it clear enough that the trains can route around and still get to the depots, still get canisters removed, fuel delivered. Well, this whole stream is going to be me running around like a chicken with my head cut off, but we'll have it fixed. Honestly, it's better that we had to deal with this today. I slept all of like 3 hours last night, so I don't know if I would have had doing anything interesting really in me. Not a good day for thinking. But I don't have to think to do this. I'm just running in circles, putting things into trains and taking things out of trains. Great. This is the level of intellectual challenge that I am equipped for today. We had a thunderstorm roll through at like 4 in the morning last night, and it woke me up, and I just could not get back to sleep. All right, I'm out of fuel again, so we are going to have to... Well, I can check trains on the way, because if they're blocked on being filled up with empties, then I can still clear them. But it is time to head back to... Yeah. I can also do this if I need to. One rolled through where you are just in time to drench you on your car. Yeah, it was... We don't really get storms like that here very often in northwestern Oregon. It's not a thunderstormy place, but the conditions were just right. Can't do anything about that. Well, maybe I can. We find one that has some fuel. Yeah. Yeah. I grew up in New England, which has real rain in the summertime. Not as much as, you know, parts of the South, but... Oregon weather is comparatively tame. Alright, I think we're making progress here. We're down to only a few trains that are still blocking things. What does Cybersyn say about our... Yeah, we've managed to clear out another one of the stations. We do still have a couple of them that are not flushed out yet. For whatever reason, it has started to prioritize delivering fuel to the depots, which is also good. That needs to happen. Both sides of the process need to happen. That's like 4 or 5 trains there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, okay. About the same. About 50-50. Like, so far, I think this is... Oh, and this one's empty. I was going to say, this is like the only depot that's been able to keep fuel in stock. But... maybe that is no longer quite the case. Yeah, nothing's really keeping fuel in stock at the moment. That's too bad. Thought we were doing better for a second, but I'm not sure if that's true. I mean, every train we've looked at where we're pulling empty canisters out, like, they're all half empty on fuel, too. So... we know that we have a lot of trains that are not getting fully topped up. We might need more than 16, at least for now. Yeah. I've been trying to keep an eye on Cybersyn to see, like... are we getting enough movement? With a couple of the depots disabled, like, those are just gonna fill up. I could disable their fuel requests while they're disabled, since the trains are all going to other depots. I'm not sure how worthwhile that would really be. Might be worth it. See, I thought this one had been mostly emptied. But now it is fully backed up again on... and I can keep disabling the ones that are full. Yeah, we might just need more trains. And the Mark II wagons. Can I make Mark II wagons easily? Is that an upgrade that I can do? Alright, if we remove the normal wagons here, we need what? 60 Mark II wagons for the combination of the new trains and the old ones? If we're going up to 16 plus 14 is 30 trains, the wagons are half as long. All right, and it does look like we can make them at least. Wherever they get assigned in the rotation. There we go. Yeah, some Mark II advanced parts. This is all stuff that should be generally in stock. They say hopefully. How's the bot replacement going? Slowly but surely. I checked it at the beginning of the stream. 175 of them done. Out of, like, what? 5,000? 6,000? How many bots do I have? 5,500. So, it's running. The construction bots are backed up. That's great. Yep, it's just plugging away. It's gonna take a while. This is not a fast assembler. And apparently, you know, keeping everything in stock here is not necessarily easy. Because this doesn't request a very large buffer, right? I could put a multiplier on this if I felt like trying to make it go faster. I don't really. Also a very slow inserter. True. Oh yeah, why did I put a gray there? Whatever. Cool. I see more of these that are no longer sitting above 2,000, which is a good thing. Does that mean that I can potentially turn some of these back on? Like, is this one cleared? Not quite cleared enough. I'd like this to be more empty before I turn the station back on, but, like, it has also had an opportunity to fill up on fuel oil canisters. This one has probably not had an opportunity to be drained at all yet. No, but it too is getting deliveries of canisters. So the disabled ones will, when they are eventually emptied, will also be topped up. It's good. But I've been talking for a few minutes, and that means that the trains are completely broken again. So we've got to run around and rescue some more trains, or else we're going to be in a place where the fuel network trains can't get where they need to get again, and then we'll all be in for a bad time. Alright. That's pretty good along that sort of main path. See one up here that I need to grab. Suppose what I could do is be looking for the trains on the F network and check where they're blocked and prioritize whatever I need to clear to keep those trains moving, but I think just trying to be somewhat methodical about looping around the base will be sufficient. Because we'll eventually clear everything anyway. And I'll do a lot more just like running back and forth if I try to focus on only specific, Oh, did that one just like run out of fuel in front of my eyes? Did I think that I would spend all stream doing train cleanup? I knew it was going to be at least a couple hours. I don't know if I expected it to be the whole stream, but I didn't expect it to be quick. How is the mall doing on... Okay, we've got 3 of those. We need a lot more. And of course they got assigned to, like, the furthest possible. Oh, good. We're out of glass and plastic and rubber. So none of those are going to get built. There's nothing I can do about that other than try to keep the train network running, though. It has consistently been a lack of fuel, yeah. Well, because we turned off the depots that were over full on empties, so trains aren't even going to those depots anymore. But the system is still trying to empty those depots. So there's trains that are spending time... Yeah, once those backup depots clear and I can turn them back on, we're going to be in a much better place. Because I can look at one of those ones, like here. Yeah, this still needs to flush out. All right, maybe this was a bad one to look at first. One of these was looking better. Was it this one? Where, like... Yeah, there's still a bunch. I'd like to see 2 or 3 more trainfuls out of here first. But the fuel is nearly full. So this is only going to ever take 1 more delivery of fuel. There are also consistently more canisters in the input here every time I come back, which is also a good sign. Oop, we got a big backup here. Yeah, these long stretches of road without places for trains to turn around can really clog things up. And I wouldn't be surprised if at least a couple of these trains are fuel network trains. Just because this is right next to the fueling depot, so they're always going to be coming through here. But yeah, we are much more consistently seeing empty trains rather than trains backed up on empty canisters. Which I think is a good thing as far as, like, the fueling train network is catching up on that process. Could be wrong. I mean, it's kind of all terrible, but... The one running out as it leaves the depot. Yeah, there was just no fuel in that depot the whole time that train was there. Yep. But that's why we're making more trains and why we're making the bigger cargo wagons. Although, with resources at a premium right now, might have issues. Okay, this is all the same things. Looks like we did just get more plastic delivered, like right now, maybe? Yeah. All right, so stuff is getting delivered to the mall as long as we can keep the train system moving. All right, there was one right here. And one right here. Yeah, a lot more of these are fully empty now than we were seeing not even that long ago. Oh, there is another one here. I thought there were two. Hey, all right, that's good to see. And this did get a delivery of... Okay, yeah, this is starting to get some fuel buffered. The empties are not totally cleared out, though. How's this one looking? Same as it was the last time I looked at it. Which could just be a sign that we have... too many trains that are stuck right now. And the system can't really do anything about it. I'm out of fuel. So if this train is... Yeah. Alright, I'm going to grab a lot more fuel from the fueling factory this time, because it seems like that is our problem now more often than not. Which is good that we're down to just one problem. I'm going to repeat that. If only trying to convince myself. Yeah. Might be worth an inventory dump again? Yeah. Yeah, because I could grab a bunch of fuel canisters and be running around. Woo! Look at that. 1, 2 of these guys full of fuel canisters stuck right now. That's exactly what we don't want to see. Yeah, let's dump our inventory. Oh, it helps if I turn off my requests. Jeez. Alright. You also got a couple of cargo wagons. We can toss those. Yeah. Oh, it's good. It gets them out of the out of their output buffer on the over here where they get stuck. See, this is all cleared now. Perfect. Plenty of space for new bots to show up and be processed. That was it. It was on purpose. I probably should grab... I'll do it on the way back, because we have to go back past the mall anyway. That's where the backup is. I should hold on to some rails so I can rebuild... so I can re-enable the depots that I disabled. Because I just disabled them by taking apart one rail, break the routing, so... I mean, let me grab a stack of rails just so I have that. Ooh. Yeah, let's go south and then west and then do some loop-de-loops around the main part of the base. There we go. I see fuel trains getting out. Yeah, with more fuel in my inventory, it's also a little easier to... ooh, that's a bad place for one. You were so close. You almost made it. Not that there's fuel available at this station right now, but, you know. Yeah, we gotta get things caught up. Because I think all of our fuel trains are stuck in various traffic jams again, and that means that we're not making any progress on actually fixing the problem. This one's getting close, though. Look at that. Fuel is... I mean... Wow, that was like the perfect amount that could have been in a train load. Empty fuel canisters. We've emptied all of the... all the chests. It's down to just the warehouse. So I am seeing progress happening. Could be worth turning that one on. I would like to see the empty fuel canisters drained just a little bit more. I want a little more space. We're gonna check them all as we go past them. Yeah, this one is not there yet, but this will be the last one that gets drained pretty much, so... Oh, they're just everywhere. It's just everywhere. Felt like I was making a dent in it for a little while. It doesn't feel like I'm making a dent anymore. It feels like it's just getting worse all the time. How's this one looking? This one is the same as it was. Probably there are trains assigned to it, and they are just currently backed up somewhere. Ooh, one up here. That's bad. That's going to be blocking glass. Gonna go south here. We're gonna hit this one. We're gonna hit this one, which is just a slight detour, going west instead of east. And then I'll go east, I'll catch this one, we'll swing back west here, we'll just kind of zigzag through the main. Might want the next loop to be closer to the fueling depot, yeah. I mean, a lot of what I'm building now is more towards that side of the base. I'm trying to shift the center of mass of the base towards the mall. Because that's where I am based. Between the fuel depot and the main depots, yeah. One here, blocking a bunch of stuff. Wow, that was one of those ones. Haven't seen one of those in a little bit. Alright, Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock again. We have now been fixing trains for 4 whole hours. I appreciate everybody sticking around while we fix trains for 4 whole hours. I am going to step away and get some water during the break. I recommend everyone else take the chance to hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves. If you haven't moved in the past hour, it's a good time to do so. And we will be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the break. I want to loop north because I haven't done a north loop in a while, and then we've got another big backup here, which almost certainly includes some of our fuel trains. So yeah, we'll do a north loop. We'll grab this stuff. We'll come back through the middle. I think that's the path for now. Again, I do want to be keeping an eye on the depots to figure out when I can turn them back on. Yeah, this one got another delivery of fuel oil, which is great. I would like it to have one or two more of these gone. Probably same with the one down here that's disabled, like one or two more. Yeah. I'm curious how this one's doing. The one that is closest to, yeah. I mean, I think what we're going to see, right, is because we do still have fuel being delivered to the disabled depots, like, those trains are not currently disabling fuel to where the rest of the network is trying to pull trains from. So I'm not sure that we would necessarily expect... we might be kind of expecting to see the active stations running low on fuel because all of our trains are trying to grab fuel from there, even though we're not really saturating them yet. We will be... Okay, I need to go fix that backup. Jeez, that's huge. That's something else I should think about in the base, is like any place we have these long straightaways, I should try to break them up a little bit more frequently so that when things do go wrong, there's more opportunities for trains to reroute themselves in ways that don't leave them completely, you know, a dozen trains all. That's not where I want to be. Sorry, my sentence is not coming out the way I meant to come out. But make it harder for problems to trap as many trains in awkward configuration by having more places where trains can turn off, can reroute. And, you know, in general, the base is built to be redundant. And even when a main path like that is blocked, trains can absolutely choose to route a different way. However, once they're stuck in a place like that, they are stuck there. And it might be worth just spending a little bit of time making that more difficult. I don't know how much time, but a little bit. This one is very nearly ready. Probably could be. Why not? What's the worst that happens? Things back up more? I should do the one in the middle of the base too. If I'm starting to turn them on, do them both. This one I don't think is going to be ready to go yet. I'll swing by it, but this is going to be the last one that gets its output of stuff drained. So I expect that it's still, yeah, this one is still fully backed up. We do not want to be sending trains there yet. Ooh, I need to go. There's one stuck, like, in glass. I need to go up there and fix that. Because glass is one of those things that's necessary for trying to get ourselves out of this hole. Yeah, we need a lot more of these, and they are still blocked on glass and plastic. So... where do I want to go? Let's go back down this way. There aren't really good ways to or from glass. It's a weird spot. I'm honestly not sure why I built it all the way out there like that. I think I thought I was going to try to build the base this way, and then I realized that this lake went way further west than I wanted to route around. So I kind of gave up on expansion in that direction. That sounds like something I would do. Alright, I'm going to turn this one on. I'm a little worried that we haven't cleared enough empty canisters, but like... There's a lot of fuel in these depots. It would be nice to use it. Oh. This way. Oh, that's the backup that I just cleared. I'm already confusing myself. Delightful. Although there is one right here. Well, we're back up to 20. We were down to, like, less than 10 for a little while. that is all of the fuel that I have. So time to swing back by there. Ooh. Yikes. It's enough for 20 trains. So they're still dying pretty quickly. I'm doing them in batches of 20 and still running out of, Yep. We've still got a lot of trains dedicated to moving, the empty canisters back, which doesn't surprise me. Still waiting for a bunch of the Mark II things. I need to have enough Mark II cargo wagons ready to go that I can upgrade at least enough of the trains that when I start changing everything's request up thresholds, it behaves itself. Because that's the thing that needs to change with upgraded cargo wagons, is letting it request at double the request threshold. What are you? Oh, this one. This cleared? Oh, okay, this one's good to go. I can turn this one back on. Very good. Where am I right now? Right there. There's not a lot of trains that are, like, directly on the way there. But we can fix a couple of them. All right. Yeah, get another depot turned on. That's been drained of its empty canisters and topped up, and that is going to help the whole system run a little more smoothly again. Yeah, we've already got trains assigned here. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, missed one right here. Again, as long as I'm keeping the main roads relatively clear so that the fuel network trains can get where they need to go, even if they have to take a mildly circuitous route from time to time. We should be okay eventually. There's just a lot of trains that have been, you know, we've been messing with this for hours, which means that there have been many hours of opportunity for things to break further. But yeah, when you have backups like this, that really ruins your day as far as getting things fixed again. We got a couple here. Oh, we have another one up there that I didn't clear. Let me do that, because that's going to block a lot more. There are a lot of them up top there. It could have been one in that pile up that just died immediately as soon as it was able to start rolling again. Yeah, I'll loop back up there, and then we'll check other things. How are we doing here? This one is clear there, but is not really getting fuel delivered. Right. Be 13 remaining. The number is going down again. Great. Let's go grab this big cluster towards this. Pardon me, towards the center of the base. Fortunately, as much as the, trains that are delivering the fuel can't hold heaps of it, the trains that are consuming the fuel also do not hold heaps of it. So, like, the deliveries do add up slowly but surely. Just takes a little while. How are we doing on blocked on plastic? All right. Not a lot I can do about that other than continuing to keep things unblocked around the base. I guess what I could do is separate the additional trains from the upgrade to Mark IIs. So make the extra Mark I wagons even though we don't need them right away. Or even though we won't use them long term. Because, like, we'll use them on the main base. And that's fine. So maybe it's worth just making those Mark I wagons so I can drop the extra trains. Get that network up to 30. Alright, and yeah, same thing. Is there any in here? Oh, and we're blocked on this side too. Oh, and you were right here. Well. Cool. That's a lot of trains that are trying to come into this depot. You can see how many of these stations are blue. And those are all trains that are going to get properly refilled and re-emptied right now when they finally park. I'm just going to take all this with me since I'm going back there anyway. we have some extra fuel in any of these trains behind it? Not really. They're all pretty... That one will do. Although one of those other trains might rather quickly run out again. Yeah, I mean, there's some fuel still on the belt, but this one isn't really full. Oh, did this have a train dispatched to it? That's a question. The train tries to come here. I can't really tell, because these all have the same name, because I copied and pasted them all. Ugh. Okay, let's get these ones unblocked. I think I saw a fuel train. Yeah, there's one there. In that pile up. Oh, I should lane balance this before I feed it in, shouldn't I? I don't have a splitter. Never mind. Our remaining trains are kind of scattered everywhere, so I think it's just another lap around the whole base. There's another one. We're going to have some stragglers of trains that are just running low on fuel at this point because they went to the depot and didn't actually get refueled. But it does feel like we're catching up. That's nearly empty, and I'll grab that on my way by. But like if I zoom in, there's fuel on this belt. There. Yeah, almost all the way down. There's fuel on the belt. So the trains that go in there will get at least a couple of canisters, although more is always better. But we're back down into the single digits of stopped trains. Where even do I want to go next? Guess all the way south to grab this one and this one. Grr. Oh, and I can check on the way by here. Oh, this is looking. That was too much. That's fine. There might be a train en route here anyway, and if I pull all them out, then, you know, train will end up just stuck there waiting until enough other trains come by to empty their empties, so to speak, into the output there. So I shouldn't be too aggressive with manually draining those warehouses. But also, the more of that I do, the more quickly the system will come back online. Yeah, I don't want to be necessarily grabbing from warehouses that there's already trains dispatched to, because Cyberson doesn't care. Cyberson doesn't know that I did that. So I will need to keep an eye on the ones where I've been doing that and make sure that I'm watching for any trains getting stuck here just waiting to load. We might be... God, I don't want to jinx it. We're real close to, like, stable here, I think. Again, we're going to have a few more stragglers. We're going to have a few more trains that give up on me. But, like... Number's been going down pretty consistently. Wow. And the number of could not find a train on the correct network alerts is also... Oh, all of these are on the F network. This is the fueling network saying, hey, I still need more trains, which may or may not still be just a situation of it trying to catch up. It might still need more trains, and we're making more trains. So, speaking of, I think I'm going to do, well, 35. We need 25 more. Are they being made? Actually being made? Or are they still stalled on plastic? They're still stalled. Okay. I'm going to do this. I'm going to turn that off. We're going to request normal cargo wagons. And we're going to make another one of these that requests the Mark IIs. And then That way we will be able to... I want to get the... What am I trying to say? Words. I want to get the rest of these trains in place, get us up to 30. And then we could do the Mark II upgrade separately. Because that should help the system run more consistently. All right. Currently no trains yelling at me, though. There we go. Yeah, and it's still popping up not enough trains to make deliveries in a few places, which doesn't surprise me. We expected that we would still need more trains on the main network. Wow, what really surprises me is that science is running. It looks like it stopped for a little while, but that could have been so much worse. How is this one doing? Just starting to get drained. This side is full, of course. But yeah, there's still a lot of, still a lot of work to do to get this one flushed out. Cool. That looks fine. I don't know why I have blue loaders and yellow unloaders. That's a little weird. All right, we just need one more cargo wagon here. Oh, and of course these are all running again. Just got a delivery of something that we needed. Or maybe... Oh no, because I turned off the request and then turned it back on, so this may have been flushed and flushed and reassigned. Yep. That's what happened. Alright, there's our last cargo wagon. So we'll be able to at least get a few more of those going. And then we'll upgrade them to the Mark IIs. Yeah, alright. Well, that's expected. I expected we would see at least a couple more train failures. Because there's still a lot of stuff. A lot of trains that will be out and about that didn't get refueled. Oh. My bots are in storage. Along with all my other stuff. Which I might be able to grab again at this point, actually. I don't see why not. Given that we should only have to refill a couple more, trains. I'm not worried about needing all of our inventory space dedicated to, how many more of those do I have? Oh, that was the last one. Okay. Yep, and a bunch of those trains just ran out of fuel because they only got one in them before they all tried to run away and do something else. Which is my fault for not having fuel in the blueprint, honestly. But I think most of them are actually just trying to turn around. They're just going about it in a very silly way. They thought they were past the stations. And, like, yeah, they have to come all the way back around. There's probably a better way to do that. Okay, 3 train. One up there, one up there. Oh, one right here still. Let's do the nearby one. That was probably also one that I just put in that was trying to do a U-turn. Yep. These ones might be in the same scenario. Yep. All the ones here doing U-turns. Let them get to their fuel stations. And then the other 2 are further out, right? Yeah. I should grab a little extra fuel in case some more trains fail while I'm out and about here. There we go. That's enough for 6. I think we're past the worst of it, though. Yeah. I mean, we're definitely still... It's pulling a lot out of these, preferentially, but we're also shipping a lot of fuel out. You can tell, though, that a lot of these fuel stations are still not... still not running consistently. Minus 2.4K is empty. So... But, like, we're not going to be pulling this many empty canisters out for very much longer. So that's a lot more trains that are going to be able to start going to deliver fuel. And like, just because the input warehouse is empty doesn't mean also that the depot is totally empty of fuel. Like, there's fuel in the belts, etc. So it may not be the case that we are totally stuck on some of those things, but yeah, this one was full and is now starting to run empty. But that's also just that so many of our trains were so empty, right? As they fill up, we'll be in a better place. Okay. Those are all fluid stations on the main network that it is now upset about. It's not worried about anything else at the moment. There is a train stuck. I think that was given a fuel delivery to the mall. Yeah. Don't really know what to do about this. We use so little fuel on the mall. It's only used for duralumin. Which we have plenty of. Out of small parts of all things. Uh-oh. Let's just double check that. I mean, everything has been screwed up for hours, right? So, like... yeah, we're out of molten copper. And copper is currently running. And should be refilling soon. Yep. More deliveries are coming through. That's fine. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Probably all of my ore processing, just because they need so many consistent deliveries, is a little bit screwy. It's going to take a little while for everything to catch up. We got it done! I think one of the depots is still disabled over here. Which I can probably turn on. Looks fine. It only took 5 hours, but pardon me. We did it. The Mark II wagons are not done yet. Getting the raw materials into the mall for them was not happening with everything so screwed up. So I dropped... We've got 30 trains on that network now, but they are all still Mark I wagons, and I've got the Mark II wagon job set to run. Here we go. We have too many trains, not enough depots. I have to copy and paste some more. We've got trains sitting around blocking stations in the fuel network. Now that we're caught up, 30 trains is a lot to have, like, consistently running, I think. Yep, we're still catching up on the fuel deliveries, but now that the emptying is done, that's going a lot more quickly. Maybe it's a good thing I didn't do the wagons then. Maybe. Yeah, we might not need it now that things are getting more stable. I'm actually surprised how many trains we have just sitting around. Considering that before the failure, the whole base was blinking at me like, hey, you need more trains, you need more trains, you need more trains. But I wonder if that's because we were using, you know, 20 trains at that point. I don't know how many we actually need. But some number of trains just to keep the depots running, and now that those are on a dedicated network, the main... Yeah. Well, it's 30 on Mark 1s right now. I could pick some up, I guess, and move to smaller number in this network. Oop. All right, that puts us at 20 in that network, I believe. Where's the rail button? Groups. Yeah, 20 in the fuel network. And I can drop these other 10 back on the main network if I so desire. Let's see. One of these has... Okay, they all have one stack. So I only need 10 stacks of... 10 stacks of canisters. Yeah, we're, I think we are catching up on canister deliveries now. So, we might have one or two more trains that fail, because there's still trains out and about that Cybersyn thought that it gave fuel to, and then they didn't get fuel. But, by and large... Alright, that's 10 more trains in the main network as well, which can't hurt. I should do a few more fluid trains in the main network. And then if we only have 40 trains in the secondary network, or 20 trains in the secondary network, we only need 40 of these. Which we might have enough of now. We do. Oh, this was almost up to 60. By and large. Huh. That's another movie I haven't watched in a long time. Okay, I need to go drop a rail over here to turn this... Oh, no, I already did it. Cool. Being a parent makes those far more common, yeah. Not that one needs an excuse to watch Wall-E. I don't need this one anymore. Don't need this one anymore. But friendship is magic. That's not even the current My Little Pony anymore, right? There's been like 2 more of them since that one was on. Okay, I think this is a good place to wrap up. We solved our problem. The base is functional again. That was awful, but we did it. So next Tuesday, when we're back, we'll, pardon me, 1 second. Sorry, had a little frog in my throat there. Next Tuesday, we will pick up our to-do list. We need ceramic in the mall, and then all the stuff that we were talking about the other day, all these upgrades that we were getting ready to do that we didn't do today because we were dealing with trains, we will do next week. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow yet on stream. It'll be one of the usual Friday things, so, I mean, that's a long list. It'll either be Minecraft or Pal World. I think those are the 2 options right now. Yeah, we'll be back with Pie next Tuesday. I really appreciate everyone tuning in. If you found this on YouTube and you want to join live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description as always. And I'll see everybody next time.